Let's go with easy. No. Okay. Is this working? I don't see anything. Yeah, it should be working. I remember I need to get money. I'm gonna get fucked.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich.
No.
Yes?
No response. He just arches his... He's having trouble processing it. Believing it even. A moment passes.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your...
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every victory. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds smell.
Okay. Let's see it. If I've thrown it here.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit.
What the hell is your problem? You vandalized our game, son! We can't play pétanque with 5 bull!
Oh, you can.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer?
Of course there's harm done, you orange slap.
Good.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven, when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try.
I will.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about...
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
Unlucky.
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing...
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. No man can afford to turn his eyes to the horizon if his rear isn't secured.
True.
If the women folk take care of that, then men can tackle the bigger issues.
The RCM doesn't discriminate. Women are held to the same standards as men, and as reflected in the quarterly statistics, are equally effective in their job. Unlike men, they also have to deal with the very same mentality you two are displaying right now. If it weren't for this, they would outperform us.
I'm glad at least some people keep a level head in these turbulent times.
Can see what's here and then go down. Because we need to go to the pawn shop. Freedom. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Uh-huh.
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
That's a big ass name.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl. You're fooling nobody.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now. Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have.
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
I don't think there's a point talking to her much.
Volumetric ship compressor.
The fuck is this?
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Understandable. I think I should talk to her more.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Can people stop fucking calling me? Ugh. Anyhow, let's continue.
Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man, maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and not even close. Man from Hyundai in hell. Man from Hyundai and the Forest of Slaves. Man, a twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hjelmdal in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hjelmdaler man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hjelmdal and the Devil Woman. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hjelmdal novels.
I can't buy it right now.
Oh, Man from Hjelmdal. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books. Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination. What does it matter? They're all the same. However, the customer is always right, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hjelmdaler Man, the Man from Hjelmdal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all age. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Books in a Board Game Section. Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes
so far expensive,
a
man.
fantastic adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen. Crime
Oh
fiction
shit, that's
is a disgrace.
what they were calling me.
An asinine misrepresentation. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. The stalwart adventures of Richard. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
I need 100 gold just for this.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias. These three things are very important to the work. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where it serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book. Wholeness, unity, balance. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that the book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium.
Oh, wow.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraise tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent section. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this? You sense something ominous emanating from the shelf, but it lacks form and substance. And soon enough, you lose track of it.
Really? Fucking really.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches this large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the Ozon, Laurentide, Fas Alamir, archipelagos, North Arcade Islands. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a bookstore, you can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. 850 million people live on these little dots. An oceanic. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars. Gods. Perhaps they are gods. Gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People, it's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. No. This is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for...
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be, from when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse...
The place does not look like a successful tour.
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going.
I will not try to do anything now. We have a lot of things to do.
On the shelf reads, biographies of famous people. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of High Speed Love, chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs.
Sub to Sir Prisma?
Into the other.
Sure, if you sub to me too.
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you.
Well then, fuck you.
Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biography. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl? Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. Mind your own business, sir. In our society.
The woman before you scans the store.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel everything is on the shelves? Take a look.
She smiles and nods.
I wonder if I can go there.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtain.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books?
How long is the stream going to go on for? I don't know, probably a few hours. I would say 3 to 4. I don't have much to do today, so I can stream. Thankfully.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you. Oddly enough,
I'm enjoying the game so far, honestly.
The curtains, the more alluring they become. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Too bad.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
Oh, wow.
It's too dangerous.
That makes me want to open them more.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything.
Talking is always good. Ghost, there is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket.
Let's talk to her again. See her new dialogue options. Hello, Bert. How are you doing?
Lonesome. Long way home.
I don't understand what these gives me.
Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake. The frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox.
11 why is that?
Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
I have no idea what these do, but I'm loving the animation at least. Or let's say the artwork. Okay, what's up?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Rem. I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books. No!
I'll buy a game and pay books then.
Fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for... Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything? It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
Wow, she's really crazy,
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. Even though now I fear it's not enough.
Yeah, you got scammed.
No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales. 15%.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather
that's so bad
way to describe a group of people.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
Yeah, we'll find out, I guess, after this.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
But officer, there's nothing natural about entire companies declaring bankruptcy. I'm talking about cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Like employing your own kid?
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
I mean, we could do this, but this will make her more interested and more willing to help, so I guess...
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go in. I tried.
You see a tattered set of curtains and you see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little cage-like trinkets, your shadow looming over it.
I warned you! You're unleashing force!
Yeah, shut up. Nice head.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands
I
before
can't
you,
do this.
covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of little oddly shaped trinkets and charms.
Okay, let's try to know.
Only an echo. No one is there. Only an echo. No one is there.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll sub to you back soon. Let's do this. I mean, maybe it worked? Oh! This still doesn't open.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the
I
other
was
side,
die.
but you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
I mean, I don't have health to do so. We die, we die. Okay, seems like we're good. He has something to say.
What is this place? Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good.
Sure. Days, the rest is worn off. Okay.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
I'm not gonna do that. I'm already at 1 health. Go through here. Me. Must be something we can do.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
I have to use it. So, I couldn't get in here without it. Love the music so far. Jimmy John Forrester liquid. Nice, money. Need, what, 54 more? Real. More money. Let's go. Money? Question mark? Oh. Ooh. I keep like a curse phone for use of the fragile on your hand. Think a radio computer. Okay. Good.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of Welkins. You make out translucent Welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether Welkins. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with...
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Yep.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
Cool.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow. Great, albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint,
50.
daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final day."
Looks like they didn't make it.
Yep. They died.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
And I do have it, just need to find a radio
The
computer.
handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans.
And I can use that here, right? The thing that I
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer.
No,
Just sitting here without anyone inside.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. It's empty like a beehive without its brood.
I have
Some
that thing.
cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place.
Ooh,
On the
new skill
keyboard,
point.
the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment.
Okay.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password. No. Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder.
So I need to find the password.
Without...
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please repeat the received? I will register this.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Yes, I am alive.
Oh wow.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cube now. Please tell me thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. Nothing happens.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find the password. If we don't,
This
we'll
old
just...
fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly, and the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Oh, so it's the one who made the system.
They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important, the leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the game. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull...
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble.
What do you have to say,
Okay.
bro?
What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it. Make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Ooh, nice. Can I stop getting moral? I need money, bro. How do I add points to this?
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
Yep.
The fridge buzzes with energy.
Probably can go from here. Other.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
The red one leads to the ice bear fridge.
An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brow.
I think we have to do that. Oh, nice. Finally some HP.
Both cables are unplugged somewhere. A machine hums.
I think that's the noises she's hearing, no?
Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box. Something close.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raised.
More money, please. Oh, this is good too. One drama. Nice one. What's my civilization? Oh, we can keep things as they are for now. Oh wow.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away. Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than...
That's a rare sight. seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say.
He likes this find.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period.
Really? Only 11? And now we turned it off to just see.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. It looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above.
What are you doing? Wait, really?
Yep.
We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists. No, that would be stupid.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's
So how do we
connected to
find
the
the person
chimney.
up there? Saeed? I can't understand that.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any...
A hollow ring.
Ouch.
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. Your jaw. Very, very bad. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday.
What the fuck? Hello?
His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever...
Wait, what? Hello? Huh? Okay, I guess we load our quick save. Hey, what the fuck? I had to... Should have saved.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its...
And I have to gonna repeat all of that. God damn it, okay. First is for the flashlight. Just look real fast, we can skip most dialogue, which is good. I thought I had enough HP, I feel bad, man. There was more here. Then we keep going. Yeah.
Your flashlights, some of the right... These lithe who are all one of the Welkins tower. It's the hull.
An inordinate amount of time. Some people really... This looks like concept art. But just look at those details.
The photo and use all a pinned postcard. This is a monthly calendar. As time
Looks like
a note in the bottom, the handwriting is up.
Yeah. Done with this. Gonna finish everything, come back
This
here.
old
Maybe they will
fireplace
have a
is
new
covered
password
in
to
lines
do.
drawn. The whole thing resembles history classes. Student radio freak unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system. You think so? They must have had massive air width. Someone, the leader, a conductor for whoever decides to call. There's no way.
My God. It's as... Exactly. These...
Nothing.
here. We should save more often, I guess.
You see, the lieutenant doesn't have a gust. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. The shelves are empty. Or you pocket the note. And the little a friendly cartoon bear smiles.
Good question. I know. What is even...
The fridge...
Excellent. Let's move, bro. Don't be slow ass.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment.
There is, yes. And there also appears...
Your hand reaches deep.
Are these any good?
Most of them are right.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional. Seems like an old bunker. It means there are firearms.
He likes this fun.
I had 2 health. I don't know why I died there.
2 cables and electric something close.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises.
So basically I should not kick the door, right?
A thick layer of coal looks like this furnace has a face. And it's a face of...
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark and grimy.
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
No, we should not kick the door this time. Come back here later. This one.
This
radio.
This is the Ream Civic Ray. The machine lights up. It's empty. The filament you have would fit like a smooth draw. The bar of the static.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. The filament you have inserted into the... Yes. Good. Please repeat the password. No. Still, I am...
I'm afraid we are not...
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
I fucking hate Saturdays.
Fortress accident. Is that good? Please proceed.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Fortress accident.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely ghosts. I work as now. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine.
It looks like one of those popular...
Utter madness, he thinks.
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way... Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of...
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in...
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from yes, especially in here. Okay, let's keep moving.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
Almost done.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn. That's a good question. Reality is... An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bell. This is directly above the central furnace in the... What an odd thing to do. No, still nothing. No. Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up.
As before, an iron... This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The...
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark, I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape. Okay, I'm willing to listen. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the curiosity behind the fear.
But before we go on, did you encounter the malignant entity? Yes, the malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the shape of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that. Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise. You'll think of something. You always...
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interest...
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits. Yes, the Simonese are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful.
The woman before you scans the store. The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring...
It is a bestseller for a reason.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the...
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second...
You hear a low rumble upstairs.
After you, officer.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind? I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure? Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice, made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a natural 10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? I think I have just the right one for you.
Police colors.
You're a police officer, right? Here, catch. They're a gift from me.
You overthink it. Your hands can't agree what to do, and the 2 dice drop to the floor and scatter in opposite directions, like pearls from a broken string. The blue one disappears down the pit in the center of the room.
Ah, down the drain, like your career. I apologize, officer. That one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay. The other one was the inverse. They were a set, you see, but now the set is broken. It's a shame. They might have brought you luck. You definitely need luck in Martinez.
Is she pitying you? Good God, she's pitying you.
Now, was there anything else? Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then, the woman under the large...
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the day. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers, but I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when...
She nods.
Anything else, officer? We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift...
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many venture... Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the Whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East of the Commerce Central project. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today? More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific? Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even thought they certainly took their work very seriously. Even if they seemed the usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest. Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
And so is producing something extraordinary. Anything else? It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of...
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh, this one's a mess. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias. Who would have guessed? And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
What does she mean, to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to and, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway. Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about...
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritter does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
Oh, can I fucking play without being disturbed? Please, I beg. Ugh. Sometimes this is really annoying, but it's fine. Do be like that sometimes. Now let's continue. Hopefully we can go with a faster pace.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
Debatable.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
Cool.
It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Even you can probably do better than that.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Yeah, he won't.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the... I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house.
Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
Probably not.
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, choreography...
Agreed.
I can see that being
the worst.
So.
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the...
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Doom
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago.
No, it was something else. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. Sure, I'm listening.
Think I have any more questions. God damn, she has a whole floor to explore.
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want to know? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
I can't do this. It's unfortunate. I don't want to ruin my... I need to get money so to be able to stay in the hotel. Otherwise I'll be kicked out. I need a flashlight. Does this work?
Tiles on the cube are still like a smooth draw. The filament slide, the speaker...
Good after. Please repeat. Good.
Oh, we don't have any.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there any? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube, the filament slides.
So there's nothing here. Now we continue and try to find some money to stay in the hotel. And try to go to the other side. Oh, I have to use it here too. I have to click the door. I am bad sometimes.
What have you found? And also, do a novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bone. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed? Another revolution? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And it's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this. Thank you for nothing. Please.
Wow. Total psychic collapse. There was never any other way this could have...
I am sorry we had to disappoint.
Hello again, sir.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the... You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Sir, please, sir, don't say things like that. You look nice enough. Don't be sad, sir. I'm sorry I said that thing about Dick Mullen.
She looks at Dick Mullen, frowning. He isn't even drawn right. She examines the picture, trying to find whatever is wrong with it. She then shrugged.
Sure you can, sir. He's just a fictional character. He'll be no match. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits intently.
Come on, don't be silly. That's not a proper deduction. Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun.
You fail to deduce anything substantial. She waits, intent.
Come on, anyone would notice that. It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yeah, that's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I'm sure she can help out. Anything else? Maybe some about other books? It's the type of... Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. I haven't read... I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
True.
No, I don't know. Yes, she knows books.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your... Later, when you get the chance, you should address these issues.
Maybe some about other books?
I need to find money. Can be these same roundabout north. Grab some martinis. Where are we supposed to go? The map isn't really a map.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts. The church looks old and weather-worn. Around the large wooden building you see... This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual. Your money disappears into the coins. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and green. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man... It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a...
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
I bet I can take the bottles, unlucky. Or what if I use this? It works! Great! Wait, really, what's that? Oh.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Ooh, found you.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking trying to sneak up on...
Quick save, is sinking these.
There must be another way into the building.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Go from here. Yay, healing. Yeah, can I use this? Then this. Oh. Unlucky. Was there? So I guess the way to get to the building is the other way, which is this, but I can't do it right now, which is unlucky.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance too. The door rattles against your... The door rattles again, but this time you hear an...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. I already... Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another...
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
Wait a sec.
There is no reply. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman...
Stop banging on the door! Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get... Ha! The police? No. I already told you. Go check the backyard.
Backyard door?
He will just not listen. Can we talk to him from here?
A striking woman leans
Or her?
against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around...
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. Baton, my maiden name. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a
Sounds fun.
strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode.
He's trying to signal something. He wants you to play up your condition.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not? We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial hub.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. Have it your way.
The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder weird.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull. Qualified pleasure craft operator.
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished ones.
I have no idea what that means.
The other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Actually, you don't. The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials. Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seigent, the woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads,
Yes, but please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient. My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole.
There was a touch of discomfort there.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion.
A billion?
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of... They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped
Oh,
all
wow.
negotiations a week ago. After that awful lynch, now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Yes, he is.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
yes,
been
in the
here
middle
for
of
some time.
February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss.
They fucked up.
Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he granted the union in...
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes.
Oh,
Both
wow.
times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say,
How dare
aggressive.
they?
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Oh.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Yeah, let's hear the ludicrous.
There are
demands.
leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Every worker, a member of the board.
Oh.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200
that
workers
does not
in
work.
its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000...
An opening gambit, surely.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. I have yet to hear one. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one
Okay.
whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
Mañana.
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Yeah, I
If they
mean,
were
that's one way to
organised
put
by
it.
Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interest.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Say nothing.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably
There's more.
nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Need more money.
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Claire came and transformed it
They
into
fucked it up.
How do you say?
A mob. The debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be...
Refreshingly honest, officer.
Yep.
The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask?
Yeah, we have to be
Curious and
agreeing with her
talkative
to get more
person, you see.
information.
Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
I mean, let's say a socialist mob.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech, I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story. Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Claires. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Oh no, I don't have my badge.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment.
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Yes.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
Pick Discord. Okay. Give me a minute. Library is not currently available. Wait, what? I'm not playing the game. Did not change any settings. That's weird. It literally says it's in family games. Restart your Steam. Yeah, restart your Steam. Maybe it's bugged. Come on. It's weird. Are you sure you don't have any updates to do? Because maybe you need to update the game if you haven't. Did I remove it from family games and put it back? Yeah.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, you are on stream. Just the information.
Hi. Yeah.
Yes.
I am
So,
on stream.
so should I remove it from game share and family share and put it back?
Maybe then I can download anything else. Adi for it all works. For some
Yeah,
reason.
it says like okay. I removed it. Can't remove it from family games for some reason. Let me check the settings. Summer sale is now on.
I cannot pass one level in the event in my account. The task again. I'm just really not used to the fucking gameplay.
Okay, I can tell you how to play her.
I did it on your account and I fucking finished it.
Oh.
I can't do it on mine.
Community.
Wait, are you sure?
Where the
All
fuck
same
are the
character?
settings?
Yes,
Here.
played with the trials?
Yeah, yeah.
That's weird.
Friends and
I had to learn
chat.
yours. I didn't play with your
Crazy.
Did you check ايش اسمه? Where is it? No, not this way.
It's on for you. Then turn it
Yeah,
off.
yeah, family ومكتوب في عند Steam settings. Is my name there?
Yes, ecliptic. I have two. You and one of my friends.
Nice.
Yeah, it should
I
be
think I'm gonna
fine.
get better this time.
Also, if you can download other stuff, it should just work.
It should. I'm downloading Hades too. I'll check if that works.
Yeah, it should.
For it to count.
Yeah. And I think I was focusing on.
Well, let me quit my Steam and come back.
I tried like several times. Maybe I'll restart my
As
PC.
I said, man,
Try
his
to restart
technique
your
may
PC,
be
wait.
very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Wait, I'll see Hades too.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her.
This library is not currently available.
I
What
will
do you
be frank
mean?
with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to...
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard
Did I play too long?
Reports from inside Terminal
No,
B
no.
suggest it's the hub for the local drug
One of my
trade.
friends finished
This is an open
Cyberpunk
secret in Martinez.
on my
did
family
too.
Green
share.
controls the
Yeah.
terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
Wait a couple of minutes. Let me finish this conversation of the game so I
Okay,
can save.
no. Go play, go.
The
No,
company
no, I
has
need
tried
to save
looking into
this.
matter
I need to
before,
finish the conversation
to
to
no
save to
avail.
be able
Perhaps
to put
someone
Steam.
with your authority and or
What happened?
you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it's
Detective, a word in private before we...
1 HP.
Okay, I can save now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Wow. That is bad.
Let me try to put Steam.
Okay.
Look, I fucking finished all of them.
Oh, good thing I waited
Except
because
that
it closed the game. So,
Yeah.
good call.
And I'm using the same exact team, like
Okay.
Shutting
Oh wait,
down
I think
Steam.
it works now.
my youngling.
Talal yes, I can play now. Talal notification. Oh, family sharing
You
is
can't
working.
use Zhongli, right?
So it was bugged from my Steam.
Oh.
Probably.
Oh, it's recommended.
But I was playing fucking a different game. Huh?
No idea. Weird shit. Okay, thank you.
Wait, let's make sure. Now I'm logging in again.
I launched the game. It should be
Let's
fine.
make sure it's working.
Mess up your triggering, but it's fine. You need to stick to them, by the way, like really close. That's why you always need the shield on.
Okay, we're good. I'm in.
They melted, bitch.
Are you sure we're good? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, the game launched.
Let me exit game sharing. Family sharing game. Yeah, it was bugged because even when I was clicking on remove from family games, it wasn't working.
Make sure you have the shield and then
So yeah, it was
stick to
bugged.
them.
You're good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Thank you.
Okay, let me know if something else happens. Also, like the stream if you didn't. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
Yeah, let's go back to the game. Stop to him.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us.
Yep.
She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. A well-kempt, yet tastefully short bob of dark hair. Despite the first hints of grey, she's positively statuesque, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of... These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Maybe you could ask her for some stock tips. That's a maybe. Or a job.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
And let's hope it works.
I am sorry. It just doesn't come out of your mouth. What that?
Excuse me?
What you meant to say was...
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know.
Yep.
And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still. Every chain has the lorries. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our... Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Yeah.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this...
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just...
Well, here's your chance, officers. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of...
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for... Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night... Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully it may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Money.
Of course, Detective.
Hey, money.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Go where? Accosting a minor?
Listen to your partner, pigman. Keep your
Wow.
grubby hooves off little old ladies.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which
Probably a
of the
bit of
two
both.
is more present in her girlish feet. The woman on the boat does not notice.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. It's where they grow whores like her, and they're whoremen. Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o?
Not really.
When faced with a blank wall, most people write. We rarely see pigs round here, though. This place is severely lacking in I thought I'd mix it up. You know, yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me.
She means the opposite.
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No,
Actually,
help us a bit.
there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm.
we weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your back.
Okay. So how do we bond her thing? Hello there. We need to replace his bowl, but
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you. The faded marks are too degraded.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. Not much. I don't have a fresh...
so how are we gonna find their bowl? That's the real question. Can we go there? No. I think we can go meet the people there.
I have
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding.
René, tisk. Hello, officer. How might I be of... Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to...
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder-with-gauche caviar in the Union.
He means caviar socialist.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything.
Respect?
I'm not even anyone...
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you
Unlucky.
piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone impotent in the Union. I just know Evrard.
How do you know the Pharaoh?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I told these
Oh,
boys
wow.
you...
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Oh, in many ways. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card. But if...
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them...
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written. Oh, nothing official.
As
I
a typewriter,
you.
copywriter.
Just essays for the newspapers.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say.
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer. I believe everyone has the right to think...
Mon Dieu.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then? Sure, officer. No.
Interesting. Do you have anything to say?
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking. What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his...
Trying is worth as much as his... Fine. You tried to right a wrong.
Thank you.
It's still a gram better than actual nothing. Ah, yes. King Philip III on his...
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting...
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something Revachol would be a different place if more people
Don't get started on that again. What?
The Carabinier doesn't reply.
Right. Yes. No. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use... Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly, should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. This place is a damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibian Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and...
Blood Ground? You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough.
Damn right, son. They lit the fire, the rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You
don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting those, I would have preferred if the right honorable... Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world. This is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. This is what it doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses.
Oh, thank you. The lights turned on. Should be people here now, right? How am I gonna get money to stay? Weird. There's more people here. Talk to some of them. They can't talk to no one though.
Can I help you?
The man ponders his...
Maybe we can do something with these.
You see a heavy steel door with the door does not budge.
Nope. See if there's something up there we can do.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick... You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Nope. And we can jump over. Can't talk to anyone here.
Hello again, sweetie. Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling.
No, dear. I'm not quite that old, although I was injured in the line of duty. Nothing so extravagant, dear. Though what young girl doesn't dream of soaring? I was a training and development manager at a rapidly... You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere, and well, I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally. That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, and how would I even begin to tell you? I haven't seen very many other cities. Speaking of history, you know what? That's right, dear.
Nice.
How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Oh, shit.
Her relief is palpable.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Oh, no. Nothing like that, dear. Revish. Oh, dear. This is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law, but we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not...
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. It has something to do with everything. You didn't do too well, dear. You really only knew what year it is.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his...
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm someone more educated in sweeping...
No. I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be...
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
Hey, I can give
Hello
her
again,
pen
sweetie.
back, right?
I hope you were able to Oh, thank you, dear. I confess I am glad to see...
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this.
Now, what else, sweetie?
Wait, what if I use this? Can't use my pen. Ugh. Talk to anyone here. They're still here.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Fuck you, Kono. So now we just need to try and talk to the lorry people. If we do this now, maybe we'll have something new.
An old call box. You hear the same. You ring the doorbell. But what an ominous name for a hair salon. All you hear is static. You ring the doorbell. You wait for a minute. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get looks like someone has melted half the plastic off. Silence. Silence. Nothing happens. Up. Silence. This button looks new.
This button looks new. I wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't been connected.
But she doesn't answer. I think she said it doesn't work. Oh, maybe we can get something out of her.
I can't believe it felt like spring.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find...
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh. That's just what it's like. Life and death. But you got gills on it. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter, and you didn't log that in as a donation either. You don't log any of that shit in. Sure. And has it been easy? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a... Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music.
But this is how we're supposed to do it.
Them, especially the women. Don't hate on the immigrants. They've got nothing to do with you. Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The Garth man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from... That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got it. Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gotham estate. That is Revachol. Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax. 98% of all your money. What are you, a racist? Don't be a racist. Be a cool immigrant, ultra-liberal free market advocate. Ride or die. Keep it street. Rigorous self-critique.
That's a cool-ass illustration.
Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Still don't understand what these do.
The woman still has her eyes fixed. A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy grab-made machine is where the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with the driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. Large ashtray.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
A lorry stuck.
Right to work! Right! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act, beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardroom.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead silence is the answer. There's something off. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy.
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Big mess, caused by Union Greed. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain. Worked at Territorial. We're done here. I have a strike. Right to work! Right to work! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before. We're all workers, right? Workers worked at Territorial. Ring a... Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. We were promised work. We'd be in there.
The physically impressive Mantow.
Looking for something, Ront? Come to tell me to drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body. You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here, and then they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow.
Perhaps it's good to agree to get him talking. He eyes you wearily. unsure how to respond. This goes on. Damn, it didn't work. You should have signaled you're a nationalist before.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Yes, yes. Where?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just his tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right. 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
All I'm wondering, man. How can I, serious business.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return.
body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Ham Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me. You have succumbed to Al Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. Yes, Al Ghul. Al Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land. Correct, my small skull servant.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the Ham Sandwich...
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
The ethanol fungus is deep within your nervous system, pulling the strings. You are merely its pupa now. I see no hope for you or your kind. Begging for help, attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and state. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity. Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, the walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalics.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshahed's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. The best idea. He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Something your race naivistic. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Everywhere around you. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music? Offshoots of the Seminese people invented disco while having sex under the influence of cocaine. It is a shame upon my... I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race. I can see that. The Seminese are the South Island race, haplogroup A4A. The rightful masters of the Insulindian Irish. We are the future. That is all you need. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminese women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme. Good. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt. You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al Ghul, from what remain of your feet. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur la Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi. Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Rivasholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Ghul. That is the only reason.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput and an indented zygote.
The lieutenant does not flinch.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. He still has the use of his mind.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then to you. He lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailite. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs, you know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun. The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and Tasso-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden clogs too.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have type A. The other large mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The former is an immutable progenitor, unchanged since the Super Isola of Pericarnassus. Ancient brains rest in their slender skulls. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite, or Simeopagite super race. That is all. There are no more.
Nature was not capable of more.
They are the unheroic races, amorphous non-competitors of the great race. The Koikos and the Vash. To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look into their eyes and you will see. They are of an indistinct, muddy color. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through centuries of advanced ballistic warfare and cultural domination that the Grad people have undergone for drinking alcohol and smoking the degenerate tobacco and for eating pot. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad, are all inexplicably obsessed with potat. The only thing they like more is dividing into micro.
Wouldn't he be 4 ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Semeno-Areopagite superstate will cover the entire remaining planetary crust, uninterrupted. From Holy Semenine to its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semenese and Areopagite stock, elected by nature. Not the base inner sport. The Revacholians, halfway between the and the racial cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by humans in our 82,000-year history on this planet.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
There's still more.
The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zaraz-ridden potato carts. It is literally an illness, a prion disease that leaves the parietal and frontal lobe rid. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia, a hereditary prion condition passed from the Koiko to the Occidentals, but not sexually. Probably through trade routes and potate acid, the prime component of the enough of Tibet mediocrity.
Okay, let's see if...
Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are tortured creatures waiting to be put to sleep. Your morbid interest in them worries me.
Oh, so we better not to?
It would be cruel to entertain ourselves with their deformities. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on? You understand nothing.
Oh wow,
To
so
solve
all of
the
this for
great
nothing?
race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibet Vacholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Work! Right to work! Shame on you! Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure,
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow.
Can I just ignore him and sleep? Let's try. Piece of shit closed my apartment. Unfucking lucky. Okay, so I guess we have to pass the time, 2 hours.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
So I need him to go.
Yes?
Sure.
What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about this. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find a killer. That's the case. Uncover and... You mean like a brief? There's no reason to win. 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been a security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez. They didn't identify them. There's a strong prejudice against involving... That's right. No, it's not a particularly mysterious. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers.
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a war?
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't strike, coup, revolution. It's brigand.
You feel something rising through you. A familiar feeling. An opinion taking form.
When I said we have to navigate community matters, I did not mean we have any say in them. I meant we should be careful.
From an imaginary fan.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing you don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. Better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you... Later. Was there... Good. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul, so was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting. You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents.
Makes
and I've
sense.
never...
A point of pride to him.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order.
Makes sense.
It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in... The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't.
I guess you don't need glasses, then. What do you mean? I have no idea what you...
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school, but this isn't an old school case.
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook. We all have our different mediums. You're super lucid, yet...
Good. Let's change the... Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Yes, but containers contain things.
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making...
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not... It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is fascism, Brota. You're going to keep your voos, right? Keep your voos, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the woman issue too often. People, of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
Interesting. Well, at a certain time needs to pass for me to be able to do these things. We can talk to the woman at the boat. Yeah, can you just walk through there? Thank you. You're so dumb. Oh, she's on the other side. My bad. I hate how he just doesn't run when you click it far away. I have to click twice for him to run. Makes sense.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This reality. Ah, yes. The episode.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs...
We may be here a while then. Ask
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the... You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say.
Oh, wow.
Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before. This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it, and the art... It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. Yes. We're on an island in an ocean.
Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable.
Caillou, as you already
That's
know.
a weird name.
Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous and to humanity at large.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call the great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history.
Okay.
Our part, the nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, they say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered.
Are the highest for.
By that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people.
Oh, dang.
In the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government.
Silence. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory impaired partner has many more. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Monsieur will be here later too, and tomorrow.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always... These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second for the big time. The revolution.
Interesting.
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Why, of course. We're talking Duke out Central. Full swing intra-species warfare. No, I would say the apes were neutral. On the other hand...
It takes time for the apes to change and work. Perhaps what happened here was part of that time.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists... Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, did they ever. Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king.
Oh, hold on, he got the
Just
short
the
end of
king's
the stick.
nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? And him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Oh, wow.
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
Yeah.
She's one of them, of course.
To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
That's true.
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
That sounds not
Something
bad.
tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie, a pair of pants.
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply... The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international... No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s...
I mean, as long as it works.
Dispelled it like a cold splash. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And welcome to reality, baby.
Nice.
Good question. What would you have done differently? So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago? Always. That's the can't-do attitude that truly defines late modernity.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
This guy is always...
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's
understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough sentimentality.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this?
Impossible.
Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the moderate kind.
I mean, by the name, I guess.
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution.
Interesting.
I can see you thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled...
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
I'm afraid you'll find that every woman is a devil woman, detective. There are only aesthetic. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinaise a monument to the... I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinaise, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either.
Never my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched.
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait.
Ancient ruin.
You're an ancient ruin.
God damn.
A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea. Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. but 33A and 33B are not
Yeah.
nouveau. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories
Oh,
tall.
wow.
A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate.
Middle high
before the
class
cannons
type
locked
beat.
4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a Yes, you and I belong to the
There's so much
supraculture.
information, every
We're
person.
common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes. All right. What next? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. On the contrary, officer, there are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines didn't have a... I suggest you go back and canvass for more...
Interesting.
A sturdy metal door rattles again, but this time you hear a...
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more. Doesn't matter who I... The police? No. Go check the...
backyard door.
We need to go to the backyard, but it was closed.
Hello again after...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
He has a conversation. Let's see what he has to say.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something.
Okay, please. That'd be nice.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also...
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interest. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before you're... Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
I can't take the thing, right? I think I'll do suggestions, Max, and then we'll think about the rest. Just to remember that maybe I can do this. Then take the corpse down. possibly. This guy not asleep.
There he still is. Look.
I still can't. Unlucky. Have to think of something.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
I confiscated this for a little while back.
Oh,
we can
okay.
take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
They're all going south of the plaza. But where are they? Where the fuck is the pawn shop?
Yes?
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that? From where I was standing, it looked like you were about to pull out 2 guns. Hello again, sweetie. Yes, officer.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
You know where we are, right? That's right. In a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, to be precise. Yes, and how would I even begin to... I haven't seen... Speaking of history, you know what year it is. That's right, dear.
Her relief is palpable.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? Precisely, sweetie. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, led by an alliance of foreign powers. It is quite disappointing, yes. Oh dear. But we should stop.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
Someone more...
No.
Of course. Then...
How do I know where the fucking pawn shop then? South of the plaza. So, but the problem is here, there's nothing. Yes, no. Yay.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
It was brought to me to be...
We are not here to investigate it. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Yep.
The light pole has been carefully cut. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor...
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding them. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. About a man who rides the streets of Revachol, sport 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too.
Sure.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
That was a very smooth salesman's grip.
It's not often that I see officers from the RC. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers late.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? Okay. He definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in, truth be told, she was...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer.
Oh, wow.
Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the
That
Revachol
seems to be true.
Citizens Militia, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. My apologies, officer, but I have no idea.
A needle in a haystack. There is...
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone. I do my best to keep...
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I
can't negotiate with him.
200 real for you, officer.
Thank you. Here's the 60 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling?
This one doesn't work. I think we wait.
I'm not purchasing anymore. Another time, perhaps.
Thank you. What's
The
their point?
boomboxes on the shelf look well loved, and well, one especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox. This is you. Golden orange.
Without money,
Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. If police work means playing tapes.
I'll come back later for it, at least I know where it is now. Thank you. I wonder who I'm supposed to give it to. I will find that out, I guess.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind. A spring
Gonna have to make
brings
this
the lever
work.
back. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? You pull the lever all the way up. Nothing happened. A spring brings. Wasn't there a...
I need to come back here on Wednesday. Today is day 1. How am I supposed to put this Wednesday?
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago. I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
Odd.
Girl. Let me see if I can give it maybe to the other one.
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. Somewhere, a machine hums along.
Must be something to this.
The bear's eyes are...
Still don't have an idea of the password.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. Good.
I was confused. That's my bad. I should just go to sleep.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got for the room? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to... Can I help?
I have to pay 20 every time.
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant. This is the door to...
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal. Yes, the last time was 4 years ago.
He has internalized it well. It's just that, a fact. A self-contained past event.
The coalition government, and the Moralint. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol, it's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the Moralinton leases us the right to keep the peace in this city.
Or if they think you do.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. Yes, it's been a long and eventful... Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. And we weren't able to find the union leader, Evrat Claire, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do. We tried to interview the Wild Pines rep, but she asked us to do something for... I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution fled. Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolor.
Those others say.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want.
Something kind and something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The Moralinton are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen. Do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from DMI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lens. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno.
Yep.
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks. The jurisdictions of... We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our... Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
I barely have any money left.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The fan stands still. The switch must be broken, because nothing happens.
I can't use this door. What if I force it?
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Are we gonna go to the void again?
And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep.
Oh. Escobar.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there, one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed Elysium.
Oh.
Everything. The pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And you'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in the... You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw.
Here it comes, Joe. So soon already. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Ah, dang.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Of course, Martinez is Speed Central. You just gotta poke around. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home. This time.
I know I want to find Speed. See if there is anyone on the balcony.
The door is closed. Still nothing.
It's probably gonna be downstairs at the door, no? Not to worry.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why?
So annoying.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always... you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
The water lock? That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me enough.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exact.
And if you see him, Let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with...
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically.
Oh, yeah.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering...
To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid. You wouldn't happen to be searching for some kind of normal...
I smell pseudoscience, he's thinking.
It's simply elusive. So much so that most
Establishment. I thought so.
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face.
I suppose I have something of a personal connect. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all... Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not Morel can explain it all.
Can I help you?
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. Everything points to the dock workers, which may, of course, all be wrong. But I mean ungovernable. Martinez, men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk that would just escalate tensions. No captain would... In fact, even the death of two... One more thing before we do. We don't...
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway,
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives...
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language. But don't worry, your message...
The cook is still smoking, ash falling from between his fingers. His hands are large.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
God damn.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for...
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob.
We weren't even bad to
enforcing the
you.
unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then...
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary. Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again. Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love? So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. Funky style, very funky. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder, or do we get right down to it? Failure. It's about yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb stomped, and you alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized you against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will fail to get out of bed and tie its lace. Now get to work, comrade. Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Huh.
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave them real nice big dicks.
Yeah. Anyways.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard.
There are
Chances
7.
are they're going to match.
There are 7. There's a skinny dude, there's a fat dude.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man in his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. standard working boots, size 45 or 46, across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots, size 43. Gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Maritzi, and then standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46. The big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads in the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44. 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and two in the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her. She? So there's an 8th Hardy and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up the place.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots?
Yes.
We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead.
Interesting.
That's why our prints are all over the scene. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility.
Yep.
It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all Hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all... What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with
Oh,
scum
wow.
like that.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for Wild Pines?
No, I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive. In my town. And he stepped out alive.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too.
So it's like his
Had
maintenance?
Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story I've ever seen.
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said...
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right
They
there.
asked for it.
Like some kind of...
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of... He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Oh, wow.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
How many people have you sent to the Shays?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure. We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, cop?
Didn't they teach you anything?
Can you give us a few more details? Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of...
Titus, you don't have to...
We overpowered him. Dragged his unconscious body to the tree. Put a noose around his neck.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Let's hope this works.
Actually,
Motherfucker.
they're admirably, surprisingly composed. Well, this one, but he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Like what, Copper?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back...
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Again.
Good one.
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he's easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. About fucking time.
That's some money. So we have nothing else here.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in.
Work.
No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
Time. Yeah, let's go out in the white. What do you do about here? Let's see. Oh, today is Tuesday, so tomorrow we can check. Drag down your badge. I mean, we can try that. I don't think it will work, so. Oh shit, she's there.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance. That machine is a Kvalsund 1020 HK.
Is it? Kvalsund makes a lot of heavy equipment, but I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
The brands I can still get.
The cloak? I do think it... Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating.
I mean, I can't. So how can we get to there? The question. Yeah, other than that, what else? There are strange doors and world and no one knows where they lead. Find a way through the hidden door. In the hostile cavity of the find a way through the passage. Guys here.
Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Have anything new?
Looking for something, Hunt?
Is this about the questions?
Nothing. Oh, what other lorries people we talk to?
Right to work! Right to...
There's no point going up there. There's some person we're missing. Can't go there. There's one new guy here.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second...
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro...
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Very cool.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand. Buy second-hand.
No good. All you can come
How
up
do I
with
feel
are some
this?
treated wool pants. You can... They itch. Like...
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin-friendly.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers. Thralls. Slaves,
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer.
a pair of found ultras.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest founds.
Only? That's madness. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at these, officer. These speakers are Samaran garbage. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers? If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too.
The speakers below are bad. You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by the name Sileng is embroidered over his breast.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool. The goods are cool. You're very cool. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais.
You're so
from
annoying.
the Sigai province of the Serais.
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Sigai archipelago was colonized by Revachol.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism, but the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. If you say so, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah, that's very cool. That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But, I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an asshole.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the...
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Shush, please. There's bad
Tell
people
me.
doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know.
Yeah, it's not giving us
Are we
anything
cool
concrete.
now?
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the...
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. I'm not local. I don't... All right. I scored. Let's
I
get
felt
this
this
over
will be
the
so
punches.
annoying.
You can walk away.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there.
Oh, okay. But what?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you,
An investment? What kind of investment? I hear you, officer. What kind? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
corruption.
it's just like bus or seagull.
Me? It's a very cool.
Oh, thank you for... I need some more money still. Here we come back on Wednesday. Let's try to talk to the old grandma. Let's come here. Whoops. I wonder if his dialogue will change.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? I don't know what you're talking about. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't...
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air, a dark gong. You get a bad feeling about it. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek. I know you did. Does it look like his friends protected him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
Yeah.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I softened him up as best I could. Now, be careful. This man's still got some fight in him, by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Oh, please work. Please, please, please. Please.
The main thing is to not overdo it, even when you're trying to scare someone. The most and, of course, what social sensibilities you're bringing to the table. Remain sensitive. People are watching.
What? What do you think we're doing right now? Run. We're outside talking. There's some kind of homo thing? Make me run.
We'll just have to ask someone else about the lady driver. Let's go.
Man, my luck was so fucked. If she was the one.
Right to work! Right!
He has nothing. I think that chick kinda fucked us.
The woman still has her.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Lowman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
True.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to... It's an old ballad about a young girl.
Oh, she could give me the tape I'm looking
for
the karaoke.
He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Maigret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. The most beautiful. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can be tied down by men. Diamonds. Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible.
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in?
Yes,
Be
a
my
perfect
guest.
cover.
Lock me away like bad hand, Hermenegildo.
Bad hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let...
Come on, he thinks.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Transcatlia Magistral, U41A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for...
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? Did you just call me a lady, Harife?
She clearly doesn't think she's a lady. Don't repeat it.
I'm not that either, Harife. I've gone too far from it all to remember what was between my legs. It doesn't work like that on the long haul. I'm only terrifying to small children and to those who used to know me, because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. The big ones, the trucks. There's no women and men there, it's all just... In the middle of this town, there's a ghostly motorway. It takes all the people...
In the background, a quiet song seeps from her cabin into the air. You don't hear any...
How should I know? Do I look like I spend a lot of time with it? Oh, Sim. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can come. If you don't know... Why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
Yeah.
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman? It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the great...
I think we're done here, no?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Oh. So who else we can talk to? We found the trailer. Can I open it up with the
A
crowbar?
lorry stuck. A lorry stuck in the...
You have anything new?
Hold on, Wandering Man.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
I can't.
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degraded. The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company.
I can't still do anything here. I am confused and lost. So I guess we talked to all the lorry drivers. Don't see any other drivers and I failed this one. Maybe Bono knows.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't. Fuck, does Kuno care? Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not doing the pork pen for your sad speed habit.
He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to befriend him first.
I can't. This is not gonna work.
Kuno doesn't.
What about you?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Absolutely nothing. How can I get up there? Probably from the door that is locked.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. Is she such a working class woman?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with?
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for mankind.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friend?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
What?
Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain?
Wonderful. The store is open. No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing.
You know where they are. They're at home.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're with their friends down in Shamrock. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Jenny, she is turning 18 next month. But we shouldn't even be talking about. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you?
Did someone say party? You could use a party. Hunt it down.
There is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
You step in and close your arms around this foreign body, wandering astray in touch. There's a...
What is happening?
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat.
This is so random.
The fabric feels cold,
Let's
moist
see where
from
this
the
goes.
sea nearby. The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her shoulder. Her hand is trapped between your chest. 5 seconds pass, and they're passing.
What?
Less talk, more feeling. Keep your eyes closed, so the feeling continues. Warm and comfy on the cold shoreline. So tell me, how does it feel to be close to someone, skin to skin? I wonder how long it has been since you last hugged someone. No, you don't. And it's better that way. Nothing. Don't come back here. Oh my God. Why are you calling me? Stop calling me. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you ever again.
That's fine.
Stop calling me.
Officer, what are you doing? Fighting for it how? Oh. I guess it's better than nothing. Keep fighting on, my fellow comrade.
Oh.
Is there anything else I can...
The woman before you, not...
Is this storyline over since I did not entertain her dumbassery?
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
I don't have enough money for it. I'm gonna pay for the night to sleep. Still probably can't go in here. I will go back to here.
Hello again, officer.
Okay. Children, enjoy the back door. So let's see this one.
You're back. Good. Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather.
It appears we are being monitored every step we take, colleague.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
I can try this.
6 kilometers southwest in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabbit. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil. We always do."
You? You're an officer of the RCM. Preciso Mundo. Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin. The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts.
All three are good to know when we are out policing.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rule is. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, the post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, nothing more nor less than...
Yes,
He's being sarcastic.
So she's gonna just repeat this?
That means not de jure. Permit me to conclude with this. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of... Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Thank you. I need to get somewhere from here.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Impossible.
There must be another way into the building.
Oh, dang. I mean, yeah, we can jump over, but we can't jump over yet.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish...
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Yes.
Like a nervous cat. He keeps...
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Wow.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will...
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now...
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type.
Huh.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette.
I'd even go so far as...
We will remove the body as soon...
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you.
And when did you speak to this...
Last...
You didn't answer...
It was my Sunday...
A Sunday friend? How intriguing. He doesn't
we got
reply, gesturing No.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Please work.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something...
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone, placed right next to... It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Thank you. Yeah, I know where the thing is, but I can't use it yet. Maybe now I'll be able to.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like... He could be a witness. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone. If we find a way inside the building, we can...
Huh?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
No point doing anything there, damn it. The dude from the Elysium is missing now.
Hello again, sir. Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. That's a friendly enough face, most of the time. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to Yes, sir.
Nothing useful.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito.
I'm gonna kick it. I'm just gonna lose a tree. In here.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit. There's no need for shit.
Sure. Let's try it out.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? Right, cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands.
Remember, about that what? Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one.
Ah, blam. Knew it.
No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Shamrock. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
I wouldn't be so sure. Man, just to be completely clear, do you want...
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure the police has better things to do than to chase down local goofballs.
She sighs, but you can detect a slight...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. That's one way to put it, yes. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. I made it myself.
It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around.
Who cares about the cold when you have your cool jacket to wear.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm. Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, she turns away from you.
So you are going to look...
She genuinely wants you to know.
Thank you. Please do. Even though
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's...
Thank you. These guys, everything new?
Vigilance officer? What can this all...
What here?
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I...
Alright,
oh,
this is how we're gonna do it.
Like what, officer? This is as good as they come in...
This calls for an engineering angle. Structural rigidity, exposed rafters.
Mon Dieu, that is an excellent idea. That would virtually negate the component loss.
Beautiful. Now bring it home with paprika.
Ce serait délicieux. Can you make that sandwich, officer? I hope you are not just tricking an old man out of the little he has left. Okay, sure. Is there anything I can do?
So now I need to make him a sandwich. Also, I'd like to go through here.
Only the black cable is plugged somewhere in the dark. Something close to...
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises...
Maybe this will open something. Is there anything else here?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a couple...
It means there are...
He likes this. The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace.
Also, there's nothing new here. Oh, so we just talk to her and leave, I guess. Also, the problem is we can't do anything in the room yet because we don't have the code. Maybe she has the code, we just need to find a way to make her say it.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. How about an amber dye? Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from a piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their... I had a feeling. Maybe you have some other ideas for dyes?
I wanna do her most extraordinary die thing.
A star that fell from the firmament? Those... Yes, you did 10 real, and I can get these... Great.
Okay,
see you
let's
in
try
8
it out.
hours then. Was there anything else?
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, Nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you...
How did that work? I wonder how I can make these work. Can I get bones in them? I can't go through here. Wait, is there the door? Oh no, it's the wrong side. Whoops. Can I do this now, or am I still too weak?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like...
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating.
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell. It's just a memory from another life.
I'm gonna have to pick up this at some point. I feel like I wasted money with this. So there's a missing dude we're looking for.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. Hard to say. Cop habit. You look, this isn't case related, you think. No.
Yes.
These tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just...
So they had something, I just couldn't... These are useless, these are useless. Do I have the strength for it now?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. As you breathe in,
and if I failed at
odor
3%, I would have lost him.
It's the smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squint, the man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you. And these are clearly not boots. They're armor.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics. They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the besmirties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Oh.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Holy.
As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure I agree.
Yeah, it's
this
definitely
equipment is
expensive.
way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the... Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch.
No, I'm gonna lose it.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnection. The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
Yeah, sure.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal! What's wrong with you, asshole? Why's he letting go, Kuno?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
Let's ignore the question.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremity. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle.
Industrial strength, the kind used for tying cargo to lorries. Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. Right now, everything seems to fit there. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. I see rabbits for more than 20 strands. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Okay.
The cadaver hangs from the car. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars.
It shouldn't his heart to be on the left side. So they should be here, not here.
Alcohol and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
Okay.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash,
Oh,
followed
dang.
by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their socket. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic.
Oh, I thought I failed for a second.
I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer, a motherfucker, and go ahead, Cobbo. Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. What do you mean? It's the power of your
Oh, no.
imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You fucking love because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Listen to yourself. You're not a Raphael anything. You might be onto something there. Because you have.
First thing.
Do I remind you of someone? You sure I got out of that one? Coppellini. Do I remind you of someone? No, not quite. Be fair now. Sure I do. You just don't want to admit it. Because you're a copperoonie coming right up. Cop loved it me in Provocopo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? I am all you have. Then you truly lost it all. Love did me in, Provocopo. It was love all along. Sure, looking at my face, motionless.
Oh, Victor had choice at some point.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
Sure, looking at my face, you're a lying sack of shit, cop. In the past. Way out in the west. I'm a joke. A killer. Go ahead, copper. Fuck no. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You can be anything you want. Brother, cop. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his...
So, what do you think?
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by...
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs hard.
Stop talking in riddles, cunt.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently. His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead. That sounds about right. Yes, I agree.
His person
totally dead. Absolutely.
But there is no breath to catch.
Of course. You have questions. Do I remind you of someone? You sure I got out of that one? Sure. Looking at my face.
Something is on its way. Something
what is that?
It's coming. A miracle. From the north.
Because you have come back later.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating. And
the cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
How do you plan to get him down, then?
Someone else? You mean, like, the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. Climb up there and... saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
Oh. It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread loose.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Don't miss! The pig's...
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket. and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to him,
God damn it.
Fucking idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate
Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. Yes, we do. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
Oh, wow.
You feel as though it would be dangerous to set this creature free to roam about the cosmos.
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, Copper.
Fucker waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking
not
faggot?
worth.
The lieutenant takes the gun carefully from you and holsters it. His eye.
Fucking pussy didn't shoot shit, did he?
I suggest we go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to help us with the body. I would have preferred us not to owe the Union anything, but we clearly cannot.
Don't you like?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Uh-huh.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Oh wow, he likes...
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not her. She's not a hardy girl.
I am not.
You could be Liz.
Even a mod?
He's right. With a face...
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually...
No, Glenn. They aren't.
This didn't change her opinion. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
Can we do anything about this? Maybe we can make him do a sandwich.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging. You see a heavy steel. The door does not.
It's from this guy, but he's not opening anything to us.
Can I help you?
Have anything new? Let's go to the harbor and then probably back up. Maybe there's a new dialogue with him.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but...
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her.
Bah. Emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down...
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too. You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man. I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Oh, fuck.
Here.
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. No. She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I bet you are. Nah, I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your cab.
Oh, thank you.
A lorry stuck in the windows are clear. They've been recently...
Hey, which one is it? I thought it was this one.
This screen found A to Z Contemporain is parked in the...
This is the one our man pointed to.
You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s. One of them particularly catches your eye. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on the actresses, and the rear act looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the...
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of it.
A 20-kilometer radius at least.
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here.
Rusty
a hammer,
wrench.
A pair of pliers, a rusty wrench have been casually thrown. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been... Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique? Yes?
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? We should talk with Titus, see what he's got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still smart. You wedge yourself, but one sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? Yes?
Do the honors.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. Looks like her, yes. Now we know for certain who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could all... Understood. We should still go and see...
The movie stars are still smart. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty. It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out tool slides back into his net. Looks like...
Strange. There are so many...
The smell. These, one of them. The actress is... Wait. The actress... Wait. The actresses and the rear enclose the rust...
Great. I think we got everything.
A lorry abandoned.
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may... And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy boys knew this driver, as we know that she...
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This...
As elegant as they are, I don't think...
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust the... We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce... There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madre grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. Debrief over, after you.
Just want to talk to the guy again, see if he knows anything about this. Where does it go from here? We talk to the fat racist for a second. There's a few things we can try.
Right, two.
There's nothing.
Looking for something odd?
Oh, look. It's...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I need to save and sleep.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to...
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong state-run...
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get...
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly.
Yes, but that just sends everyone else to Jamrock, doesn't it?
We haven't done anything, but theoretically, it has to be someone's problem. So it might as well be yours.
Titus, I'm amazed. Where is the same professionalism when it comes to other topics? You're doing great.
I don't know, Lizzie. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional. Now.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own business.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know? I've got nothing to say to you.
We need to do something.
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue. Police do something important? Something murder-related? There's always, even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
No.
Anything else? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
You lost me there. The kinema is fast. Feels right at home.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second. Sylvie? Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, Detective? Yes, I know who you are. You're...
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past.
You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and so does your badge. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you look. It feels like you haven't worn yours.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detector. You were trying to impress some people with it.
Wow.
Everyone was eating, and... you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes.
Oh, wow.
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall," painting them red. I won't be seeing. There is silence on the other end.
No, please, no more suicide threats.
There are way more inventive ways.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big butts cannot lie," and "Guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns."
This guy should never drink ever again.
It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
You hear the call breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Third officer, what's the number? And the make of... Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hope. The International Collaboration Police? They keep detailed records of all military technology produced by licensed manufacturers.
As always, it's DJ Mesh and...
Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right? Oh, is that what it was called? Nothing to get into, really.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect it to someone? 57's over.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
This is the QusaiXP kinema. My
motor carriage. It's nothing. It's probably...
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember? Yes, sorry about that. The QusaiXP kinema does have a rather...
He says it with very badly concealed pride.
The QusaiXP motorcar does provide most of our patrol...
But this is different. This is a sports model.
You're right. I didn't take you for a motorcar enthusiast. An interstellary racing series. You should definitely give it a go if you... The QusaiXP...
But this is different.
You're right. Oh, I guess it's not for everyone.
In the cabin, you see a...
Yeah, that's enough for the day. Please like and subscribe. Oh, I forgot to... Now we can quit. Oh, I'm so sleepy. If you like this stream, please like and subscribe, and until next time, ciao.